Good evening and welcome to the March 3rd, 2022 regular board meeting of the Bellevue School District Board of Trustees. Tonight we call our meeting to order and we start with roll call.
Jane Aris.
Christine Chu.
Seema Sarafan.
Joyce Shuey.
Director Watson is on her way and will probably be joining us shortly.
Superintendent Art Jarvis.
Thank you. At this time, I would ask for the introduction of our students.
Yes, thank you, President Serafan. John Harrison, Executive Director for District and Community Affairs. And we're in for a treat tonight because we have two students with us tonight, Soraya and Samira Arjawan. They are sisters and they are 8th grade students at Chinook.
Good evening, welcome. Hi, can you hear us?
Hi.
You can hear us, okay, sounds good. All right, so I understand that one of you has agreed to join us and actually lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Who will that be?
It's going to be me, Soraya.
Okay, thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And which of you might be leading us in the land acknowledgement or reading for us the land acknowledgement?
We will both be saying it.
Thank you.
We acknowledge that we are on the indigenous land of the Coast Salish people who have reserved treaty rights to this land, specifically the Duwamish and Snoqualmie tribes. We thank these caretakers of this land who have lived and continue to live here since time immemorial. We reflect on the historical context that brings us to reside on this land and accept responsibility to interrupt erasure. We commit to an ongoing partnership with the Snoqualmie tribe as we listen to learn from and lead with their guidance.
Thank you. At this time, I move to approve tonight's agenda. There is only one modification, which is, I believe, following the consent agenda approval, our superintendent will be introducing the superintendent of the Issaquah School District for a short statement. So with that modification, I ask for a second to my motion. Is there a second?
I would also like to amend the agenda to add an action item. Is this an appropriate time?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to amend the agenda to add an item related to COVID-19 and safety protocols, and to add it as section 5.2 under board business. With the physical and mental health of children and staff in our district at stake, it's important that we have a board discussion about this topic, and so I'm asking that we amend the agenda to include a bringing of a motion and discussion of the motion.
Okay, so with that amendment, modifying the agenda by adding a discussion of a motion as 5.2, do I have a second to the motion? A second to my motion to approve the agenda versus the motion that will be forthcoming later.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor of approving the agenda with that modification, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Without any noes, the motion passes. At this time, I'd like to acknowledge a few things. First, on 1.6, which is now projected on your screen, I would invite members of the community to study this because there's many exciting things going on. Too many for me to list and read, but not too many for you to take a look at. I want to just highlight that March 1st was Special Needs PTA's Guardian Information Session. You may have missed that, but that doesn't mean that that's not a good prompt for you to reach out to the Special Needs PTA. Also, as you'll see from here, March 16th, Community Mental Health Forum Series, and March 23rd, Community Mental Health Forum Series again. There's many things that are worthy of your time. With that, I want to also just make an acknowledgement on behalf of the board, and I just want to read a short statement. This is regarding Ukraine. We, the Board of Directors of the Bellevue School District, acknowledge that our world is once again facing a crisis, this time in the form of the war in the Ukraine that is resulting in the tragic loss of life. We are not able to speak about every calamity or hardship in the world. We recognize that there are many, some of which have continued for years, and similarly inflict long-lasting pain or loss of life. We speak to the war in the Ukraine tonight, not only to express our sorrow at the senseless loss of life, but to acknowledge that the painful images of the war and its carnage are being broadcast worldwide and in real time. And we know many of our students are watching, and many in our community have relatives in the Ukraine, as well as in Russia and other parts of Eastern Europe, who are being directly impacted as we speak. We acknowledge that this is yet another challenge to the mental health of our students. We express our support for the Ukrainian people and all of those in our community impacted by this violence, and specifically for our students, educators, and staff. So with that, I now turn to our student update. So we'd love to hear from our students now. Director Harrison, if you want to help them in any way.
I'm Samira Arjaman. And I'm Soraya Arjaman. We are twin sisters that are currently 8th graders at Chinook Middle School. We are honored to be here in attendance with you today. Thank you for inviting us. Our heritage is from the country of Iran, from both my mother and father's side of the family. We are so lucky to attend Chinook, where everyone is accepted and celebrated for their diversity, and where our teachers, staff, and friends make Chinook a welcoming and safe environment for learning. Today, we'd like to share with you one of our most cherished cultural practices shared by all Iranians around the world. Persian New Year, also known as Nowruz, meaning new day, which is spring in our culture. Let us show you briefly how we celebrate Nowruz in our culture. The half scene is a symbolic representation of 7 items that represent 7 virtues we cherish in individuals and our culture. The 7 items are present on the table because it is the lucky number of Iran. All 7 objects begin with the letter S in the Persian language. The 7 objects are Sib, which is apple, representing beauty, Serkeh, vinegar that represents patience, Sir, garlic, representing good health, Sonbol, which is hyacinth, representing spring, Samanu, sweet pudding, representing luck, Sabzeh, sprouts, representing rebirth, and finally Sekeh, coins, representing prosperity. On the day of Nowruz, Iranians spend their day paying their respects to their elders and seeing their relatives for dinner so they can all celebrate together. During this time, we eat sabzi polo, herbed rice, mahi, fish, kuku sabzi, a green herb frittata, and ashareshte, which is an Iranian noodle soup. Our personal favorite parts of Nowruz are all the homemade sweets my grandmother makes for us, like rice cookies and pistachio baklava, the brand new dollar bills the elders in our community give us, and all the social gatherings we have with family and friends. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This was great.
Thank
We
you.
really appreciated it. Thank you
you.
for sharing this.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you, Soraya and Samira.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, at this time we go to item 2, our consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll move to approve it.
Is there a second? I will second the consent agenda.
I second.
All those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, hearing no no's, the motion passes. At this time, I think we'll hear from our superintendent regarding the additional item on our agenda, and then the superintendent update.
Good evening, President Serafin and members of the board. We have 2 distinguished guests with us this evening. From our neighboring district of Issaquah, President of the Board of Education in the Issaquah School District, Ms. Ann Moore, and Superintendent Ron Thiele. and they cannot get enough of board meetings, so they came to join us and really see how it's done. So, no, and it is my pleasure to introduce two very good neighbors in a neighboring district, and if they can step forward, they had something they'd like to share with us.
Superintendent Jarvis, members of the Bellevue School Board. I am Ron Thiele, Superintendent of the Issaquah School District, and to my right here is President Ann Moore of the Issaquah School District. Did I just say President of the Bellevue School District? I don't know. We'll go back and listen to the tape. We come today with tremendous gratitude and appreciation to the Bellevue School District. Last spring, my Director of Capital Projects walked into my office to inform me that our middle school, which was slated to open August 31st, would not be able to open. And so we were in a scramble. And we had already reboundaried our district, and I'm sure the board knows what an easy task it is to reboundary a district. And we had just come off of remote learning, and our students and families were eager for in-person experiences, but we weren't going to have a school for them. Fortunately, the principal of now Cougar Mountain Middle School happens to have a spouse who is an administrator in the Bellevue School District. There's a lot of connections between our two communities. And he had mentioned to his wife that, we have this school in Bellevue that other districts, Eastside Catholic has used. It's kind of our swing school. Maybe we should inquire. Well, we did. And again, you so graciously, and I just have to say your entire leadership team and your support team have been amazing. You offered the use of Ringdahl, the old Ringdahl Junior High as a school for us. And we opened Cougar Mountain Middle School on August 31st up in Newport this past start of the school year. And we really were able to bring that school together because the school is really the students and the staff. It's not the building. And they began to build their culture. And we just have such appreciation that we were able to do that. I am pleased to report we are no longer in Ringdahl because we were able to open our new school just this past Tuesday. And the kids are loving it, and it's just been a wonderful experience, made so much easier by your kindness and the gesture that you made towards us. So we come tonight bearing some tokens of our gratitude. First, I want to leave with you a resolution number 1169 that our board passed in appreciation and gratitude to the Bellevue School District for your kind generosity towards us. And then we also brought, I should tell you, I wanted to make a point too of congratulating you on your recent levy victories. That was wonderful. We were very excited for that. We thought you might be able to use some bars of gold. We are in public education after all. Unfortunately, these are chocolate from our famous Bohm's chocolate in Issaquah. So we have a bar of gold for each of the board members and Superintendent Jarvis. And then I actually spoke with your CFO, Melissa, as I came in. We brought also a larger box of chocolates for your operations staff. Melissa said she would make sure that they get to the right place because they were wonderful to work with. And so truly, we are just here to express our gratitude and appreciation to our wonderful neighbors. And you really helped us out in a tough spot. So thank you very much. And we really appreciate that. Anna?
I just want to add my appreciation and thanks. It's always nice when we have neighboring districts who are more than willing to help us out, just like we would be more than willing to help out districts around us. And we are actually very close neighbors because I personally live on the boundary between the Issaquah and the Bellevue School District in the city of Bellevue. And so I see those Bellevue buses passing by all the time and have great appreciation for you and your district. So thank you and enjoy a little bit of Issaquah because Bohm's is right there at the heart of Issaquah.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to leave. Let's go ahead and leave.
I'll put that one.
Okay.
I'll take this.
Over to Melissa.
That was very nice.
I'm trying to think, what do we have in Bellevue that's the equivalent to bombs in case we ever need to do this?
I don't know, but we should acknowledge
friends.
and extend some appreciation to Melissa and her team for providing that kind of partnership that was worthy of folks coming and trekking out to the board meeting to express such thanks. Thank you so much.
Superintendent?
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to try to cover 4 areas in 15 minutes, and that means we're going to have to do quickly. In general, I'm going to ask that if there are questions, that board members get those questions to me now or later, and I will get answers back to you, but I won't try to stretch my time to engage in a full conversation. The first was a request by the board for virtual public comment and figure out a way by which the school board could take public comment virtually and not necessarily just in person. So you have received that proposal, and I want to thank Mr. Harrison and I think Melanie McGee for the work that they did. With some shift in technology, some shift in practice, and really the intent to carry out the will of the board, there's a very effective way of doing this, and we can make it work. So we didn't mess with the number of people. Basically, it was set that there could be 10 speakers, and there will be a neutral process of selection that does not involve individual people making that choice. But the reality is we can make that work. We can stay within your timelines and make it accessible to the public. So I would offer that, and certainly any question or comment that would come back to help us refine this. This will eventually require an amendment by the board to your policy. That does not mean that we could not practice that with basically a motion of the board that would suspend the part of the policy that will need to be revised. So I could recommend this, that we can make this work. And with that, I would again repeat, if you can get me your questions or comments or additions, we will factor that in. And at the same time, I won't try to take time here to refine the proposal. I thank Mr. Harrison and Ms. McGee for really a tremendous job in finding all the ways to make this work.
So I just wanted to reiterate thanks to Executive Director Harrison for pulling that together. I just want to ask, I know you're not looking to give answers, but if there's a question, I'm going to look at Director Shuey because I think she was certainly the one who asked that this get the extra attention and focus. So I wonder if there's any immediate questions she has for which the superintendent would come back at a future time.
Thank you for giving me the time. I'd like to use half of it to say thank you so much, Dr. Jarvis and Executive Director Harrison. I know that there are a lot of nuances that go into trying to put this together, technology and otherwise, and the fact that it was able to be put together so quickly is really commendable and very much appreciated. I have just a couple of questions that you don't need to answer here, but I am curious how the random selections are going to work. Will people be bifurcated into 2 different groups, the ones who are in person and the ones that are remote, or will they be in one category and whoever pops up in the metaphorical popping machine will be selected? So that's one question. And then the other question, which I will try to read in more detail, but if you've got an answer, is just sort of how it will work with visual and audio, which obviously if you're in person, there's somewhat of the visual for the people in the room. And I wasn't processing completely how it will work for the online presenters.
And I will stay with, we'll get the answers back to you. But
Great.
yes, there are good answers to that, and I think you'll like them.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you.
I think if there's any other questions, you'll note them now and then circle back. It sounds like Director Aris has a question.
I'd like to ask that when you're figuring out who the public comments, to make sure that, I don't know if this is legally possible, but making sure that once you do it online, it opens up to anyone making comments, that we give priority to our community, our BSD community, if that's feasible.
And that's something I think Director Harrison is noting, so thank you. Okay, I know you had a 3-part or 4-part presentation.
Oh.
Okay, Director Chu.
Quick question to add to the list to come back with. Wondering if there's an implied thing in this proposal that all comments will be taken at 4:30 or at the start of the meeting, because there's a check-in requirement at 4:25 on the day of the meeting for speakers, otherwise they lose their spot. And I know that we had intentionally set up for comments at 2 different times so that speakers could show up later if it wasn't working for them to show up at 4:25. So that particular requirement, I'm trying to understand what the point of it is, and if there's a way, if we're not looking for the comments to change and move to the beginning of the meeting, if we can then think that through a little bit more deeply.
Thank you. So I heard two questions and a comment, so thank you.
So we will get back on all counts. Second item is Advanced Learning Department. Just a quick explanation to someone who might be watching or in the audience. We will have some topics that we use for a study session, and we have a full-blown report and question and answer and discussion. We have others, the reports that are being submitted to the board, and a very quick highlight of comments without, again, having a study session or an exchange of question and answers. It does not mean that there can't be questions that come in, and I will get back again, but within this 15-minute period and 4 topics, I won't try to answer the questions. Most of all, it is my pleasure at this point to present to you one of the authors of the report from the department, and I think you know her well. That's Ms. Tara Gray. And if Tara would step forward, we're going to take less than 5 minutes to highlight the department, and I know it's an area of great interest. Tara, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for letting me have a couple minutes. Please stop me if I go long. I'm Tara Gray. For those of you who don't know me yet, I have had the honor this year of being in the role of interim director for the Advanced Learning Department. Thanks for letting me present this report. We had fun looking closely at ourselves and determining how we're doing as a department. We reviewed a lot of different things, but in particular, things that stood out were our racial demographic, disproportionality, and our continued need for flexibility and choice for all of our students and families. In action this year, we expanded universal screening as one of our factors to address that disproportionality, and we continued the expansion of domain-specific services to higher grade levels and continued to provide professional development opportunities for the teachers of those grade levels. We have also worked to make sure that students who are twice exceptional have as much flexibility as they need with regards to the courses they're enrolled in. We also have been working with the middle school administration to ensure that there is not an excess of homework at the middle school level. We haven't seen any evidence of concern at the elementary level, though some elementary teachers do give homework, others don't. There have not been any concerns for excess. When we look at our data and see the disproportionality, we want to know more closely what that looks like. So we have, by program, identified that some of the services we provide, like self-contained services, have a higher rate of disproportionality than others. So the evidence is based just on the numbers of the students in those programs and how they're racially identifying. 82% of the students are identifying as Asian in our self-contained program, and you'll notice that that number goes down depending on the different programs that the kids elect to take part in and qualify for. We included a bunch of graphs or a bunch of data for you. We highlighted certain cells if they were significantly different from the norm. When we looked through those, there were, for the most part, either at the level or higher success level than the general population. So we were happy with that outcome. And that expanded not just for our academics, but also throughout the social emotional well-being. And I did want to point out one small error that I caught. So when you look at the graphs or the tables for the data, you'll see elementary, middle, and high school. When we get to the high school level, it shouldn't say domain specific for the third or the final column. It should say differentiated services, because that's what we call it once they get to high school. So I'm sorry about that error, I just now caught it. That's what we have for you.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful.
Thank you, Tara. We recognize that this is an area of high interest, and that in our continuing study sessions that there will be areas that cross over. But at this point, we had also made a determination a while back that we wouldn't try to do full reports with every department, but we would give you an update. So again, I'll just speak to questions that you would like to have answered and brought back to you. I will enlist the whole team, and we will make sure that we get answers back to you for clarification. My third topic is one of, we have a new communications department that's really been put together in this last 7 months. And Janine Thorne is the person who has really created and started from scratch to put this department together. I don't want to do a full report, but I do want to take a few minutes to have her highlight the direction that we're headed with as she staffs that new department. And I think it's obviously been of great use to the board and to the district. And I'm excited about what's ahead for us. Janine is filled with ideas and plans, and she's working off the report that was done even before she got here of needs for the Bellevue School District in communication. So Janine, would you step forward and do a brief highlighting report to the Board of Communication Department?
As she's coming forward, quick question. Are we going to do the questions that we have for the other report after this? Like, because you did topic 1 and then you took our questions and then you did topic 2. Are you going to take questions after topic 3?
Yeah, I didn't see that there was a question, so that's on me. So maybe after Janine is presented, we can go back and get the questions.
I was going to do my summary of what I got out of our last session about advanced learning.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jarvis, board directors. Since our last session, myself and Megan Clute presented in a closed session to you, there's a number of updates. So what I've been working on is seeking to continue to have staff our positions. We're almost fully staffed. We have one more position in digital marketing that's open that we're looking to currently interview and hire for shortly. And that should be completed by the end of this month. I personally am looking to strengthen and building relationships with our neighboring PIOs. We're also increasing BSD's representation on a regional level with PIOs across the region and within ComNet and WASPR.
What is a PIO? Sorry.
Public Information Officer. And that's an interesting point because we're expanding what the definition of public information and communication are. And that role is really to share the accomplishments and the information in the district, and that everybody plays a part in communicating that information. So there's a distinction there, and we're growing in sharing what that is and educating people in the district on the difference between public information and communication. and the roles that everybody plays with both. One of the things that we've been pretty successful at is developing a more synchronous communication by opening up the Microsoft Teams communications channel. And this helps us to streamline synchronous communication in urgent situations and emergencies. And that's been extremely helpful when in developing relationships with like our departments with transportation, when there's a bus delay, or with our health and safety team as we're working through some of the COVID restrictions and, you know, for example, masking and some of the other requirements that we have to communicate about. And so we've also developed multiple language options on Let's Talk to expand to just from offering English to Chinese and Spanish. And so some of those are some of the broader things that we've been doing, but we've also implemented social media protocols to try to provide a more productive family engagement experience on social media, as well as develop a compiled list of social media sites so that we know what our other schools and partners are doing in the district. In terms of written communication, there's a lot of things that have been done there, but definitely getting to the why of things and stemming from the conversation that we had in closed session, and not just focusing on just the facts, but the why behind it. We've included a lot more human interest stories. And then in terms of the website, we've done a lot of optimizing there, looking at analyzing our web traffic and, you know, using that to say, as users land on the home page, how they can navigate more efficiently to the information that they're looking for. So I've got a whole lot of other stuff here that I will work with Dr. Jarvis to get to you to make sure that you have a complete comprehensive report of what we've been doing since last March.
I would just emphasize that one of the prominent places of the website as it's put together will be for the superintendent search for the board, so that I'll just reemphasize, every community member can find exactly where we are, what's ahead for us, and where the board is and what the board needs to share with the public. So that will be fun to watch the communication department take good care of us.
Yeah, and one fun thing that was that we successfully completed with the help of the leadership team and with the community is successful communication, levy communications. So that was a big part of what our team did. And I have to congratulate all of them for the hard work that they've done. And thank you for your support.
Well, thank you. This is a really helpful update, and we're also grateful. I think the suggestion on having an easy place for our community to be able to find the superintendent search related information came out of discussions this board had in our ideation session, and we're really grateful that you're actioning that. So thank you.
Absolutely.
And I will fourth area until we've had a chance to ask questions.
Sure. So I think on the advanced learning, we had a kind of a report review question session on Monday, but I think there were maybe some questions that didn't get asked. And so if I can, I'll start with Director Chu and then Director Watson. And then we do after that. This is part of your superintendent update. So at this point, you're getting questions, but then we can have a time to discuss things more broadly during our director discussion too.
Great. So I'll just put my questions out there, and my expectation is that this is follow-up. I think we're not going to do it now, so that's fine. For the advanced learning report, there was so much good stuff going on, but I couldn't puzzle through some of it to figure out whether or not we had what progress we had made towards the goals that were stated. So there was a 2021-22 focus section, and it said there was a goal to reduce disproportionality, but I didn't see any year-over-year data to see if the disproportionality had been reduced. So I didn't know if the work we were doing was successful. And then expanding choices for kids receiving learning services. I saw that we had definitely expanded some of those choices, but it wasn't clear to me if those were the ones that students and families had been asking for and if they were happy with that. So again, it wasn't clear if that outcome was meeting the goal that we wanted. And same thing for the schedule flexibility. And then on the homework piece, since that was a new program, a new thing for the administrators to come through and update the homework guidelines for advanced learning or for middle school in general, it wasn't clear to me. I was wondering how the stakeholders were involved, because the talk about it was what administrators were doing, and it said that there had been some conversations with some stakeholders, but it wasn't clear what role the stakeholders had played in defining those updated things. And also, it was unclear to me if there had been a critical criteria review applied to that process of updating the homework guidelines. So those were basically the two questions that I have are, how did we do in making progress to these great goals that we set? And how are we involving stakeholders in the change parts of the program in terms of getting feedback on things and also in terms of critical criteria and planning?
Did you also have questions, Director Watson?
Yeah, and I just wanted to also briefly, well, let me just go ahead, because Ms. Gray wasn't here to hear maybe on Monday, and I just wanted to summarize, because I had been involved with this for actually a very long time, the gifted parents back in, I was going to say 2007, so it's been a long time, but I keep hearing the same three things, and I think the board actually came up with some of these same things. And one of them is the identification, and I think that's really great news, that we're going to do like a whole grade, and actually a couple of them, so that's really great news. One thing that came back all those years ago is, you know, when I drive down Bell Red, I see signs for COGAT tutoring, you know that. And so I'm wondering, one thing that was wondered at that time was, could we provide something like that for some of our students who wouldn't be able to have their family sending them to this kind of, you know, I don't know, preparation, because then they've got a better shot. But I also wanted to know, it said they're using other achievement assessments, and I kind of would like a little more to know what those are. And then the other two things that seem to come up all the time is this intense competition that some people in the program feel. Sort of, I used to call it the more, better, harder, you know, where I'm not sure that the district is encouraging that, but it's something that happens in the program. And what can we do to ameliorate that and make that just a little less intense for our kids? And then the other one is the legendary lack of sleep. I was in meetings literally all those years ago about that middle school homework load, so I'm glad that you're looking into it, and I'll be very much interested in how those guidelines work out and what can actually be done, because yeah, Odell was just famous for that back in the day. And but I did also hear an awful lot about kids at Interlake staying up till 1, 2 in the morning. So that's another thing that I think is always on our radar. But so that's how it always shakes out to identification, competition, and homework.
Sure. Please.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I think between Director Chu and Director Watson, you pretty much named most of the things that was on my mind. But as far as the competition, there is one thing that I'd like for an answer of if you guys have any thoughts or plans on how to squash the competitive nature or mindset, which makes, no, not makes, but where students are putting themselves in hierarchy of, you know, if you're in the gifted, there's sentiments that you're better. And if we could make it so that we have a more of a welcoming environment for all learners, I know that's there and it's a big concern in all layers. And so I'd love to see how, or if you guys are thinking of addressing that. Because again, it feeds into that whole competitive nature, and that is not healthy. And as well as also the sleep component. Especially at the high school, I know that kids have gotten into car accidents because they didn't get enough sleep and driving to school. So yeah, those are things I would really like to have addressed.
So I think Superintendent Jarvis, you have some sort of questions and points that have been added, as well as just general comments. I feel like from us, we're going to go ahead and start our director discussion now, because I think there's perhaps what between Director Aris and Watson and Chu's comments, we actually may have a discussion on this topic of just what is top of mind for us, and this may be one of them. So, so with that, I think we'll move to the next part of our agenda. One more item. Okay, on your superintendent update.
Okay, and I think it's a significant one that is about masks. So governor says March 12th, so what is your plan? That's seems to be a common question amongst the community and amongst the school districts. So I'd like to read a brief statement. Masks, masks, masks. It seems like our lives have been centered on COVID-19 over these past 2 years, and the symbol for that focus has been face coverings, masks. That's been partially true in the schools. While the issue of HVAC system filters was critical to the safety plan in schools, it never received the full visibility of the mandate to wear masks. Safety issues like vaccinations and distancing all played a role, returning children to in-person learning, but none were as volatile as face coverings. School board members throughout the state, serving in the finest volunteer role in the community, found themselves taunted for their decisions about masks, whatever the decision. Now comes the governor's rescission of the mask mandate, and with it comes a renewed passion from people on all sides of the issue. In anticipation of some of the questions and logistical issues, I would offer the following outline as representative of our thinking as we await the final recommendation and guidance from our local health authority. As suggested by the CDC at the federal level, and as suggested by the Washington State DOH, and as suggested by our local public health, the world is evolving in plans to deal with the COVID pandemic and facial coverings. The facial coverings are shifting away from a concept of everybody's responsibility to protect others to a concept that facial coverings can be effective and efficient to protect oneself from airborne virus. The science suggests the recent Omicron variant was so invasive that it almost became impossible to avoid. Personal protection has now become the new standard, including the choice of masks for quality and effectiveness in concert with considerations by every person as to their own vulnerability. A quick example would be the mask I'm wearing right now was given to me by my colleague on my left. Thank you, Jen Harris. In my pocket are the masks that were given to me by my colleague on the right. Thank you, Ms. Watson, as they try to help me find the one that works with my beard and doesn't always flop as I talk. The reason I take a minute to say that is that my own personal situation is such that I need to be very careful about what germs and what virus is taken into my home and who's vulnerable and who would pay the price. So the way I have described it to people is that this world is changing from expecting everybody else to wear a mask to protect me to my job is to be diligent and find the right masks that work for me and my family. So the short version is that we expect within hours, if not days, for the King County Health Department to issue their guidance. We are planning on removing the mask mandate, and there are several questions. I have been talking to people about phasing that in over a 10 or 12 day period. But our own Safety and Health Committee, as I've been notified, has asked that if we're going to do that, please do it at one time and keep it simple. So we'll be making that final decision probably within the next 48 to 72 hours as we hear from the health department. But I want to comment in a way that exemplifies what's happening. Recesses and outdoor spaces, it is clear that is now, we can go maskless. And so we're offering that to our children. And some children will be at play, will be free from masks, and other children will opt to maintain coverings at all times. If I can use that as an example, it is our job to make the culture very safe for people's personal choices, if they go without masks or if they choose to wear a mask. So that will even cover consideration of things like our harassment, intimidation, or bullying That can't happen either way. If your family chooses to opt not to wear masks, then we want to respect that. If you choose to wear a mask, we want to respect that. And go one step further. We can be the source for masks. And up to a point that somebody has a very customized, specialized mask, we can identify a source. We can identify where to go to get masks, and we can try to assist. We will stop short of being able to fit people in custom masks, but we can be that source to demonstrate that the culture that we're going to live in, both in our homes, our society, and the community, and especially in the schools, will have those who wear masks and those who don't wear masks. And that personal protection is essential, that we honor that for all people. We will operate and continue to operate a virtual academy, and the planning for next year is planning that you're going to hear more of. But it's also open if somebody says next week, this is a changed situation that I need assistance to go virtual because now the children in school are without masks. We will do everything possible to accommodate that shift and make it work. I say that the only hedge that you hear in my voice is if it suddenly should be a mass of people, which we do not expect and have not heard, then we would have to do some major reworking in a hurry to figure out how to accommodate that. So bottom line is that our students will be living and working in a universe that is not under a mask mandate, but is under a social obligation to allow others to have their personal protection, to be safe for staff, for students at all ages. And our hope is by Monday afternoon to be able to release our plan based on the county health advice and guidance. Right now, it appears that the King County Health will in fact be not extending the mandate. I realize there are other people guiding them in different directions, and I won't speak for them, but I wanted to give a heads up and use this opportunity to let people know what we were thinking and where we're heading. So on that, I would conclude my report to the board, Madam President.
Okay, thank you, Superintendent. I think at this time, unless there are specific questions, we would move on to the director discussion. So you will notice
I have
that,
one question.
Yes.
One just question of information for our superintendent. In determining the way that you are going to roll out the mask mandate lifting aspect in the district, when you looked at the other school districts around us, did you see anything significantly different in the conditions in Bellevue than you saw in any of the other districts? Did you get a chance to talk to other superintendents, and is there any information or data there that would be important for us to understand?
Do you prefer I just answer the question?
sure, I think so. I think in our director discussion, we're going to review. I think our Q&A that we're doing on Mondays probably has some problems because
Yep.
I think at the end of the day, there's stuff that we talk about there that we really need to talk about here. So I think we'll be revising that probably, but go ahead.
Very short answer would be, we've been working so that we didn't confuse the heck out of the community and why each one would become its own health authority, but rather to work within our neighbors and our neighboring districts and have as much as possible. We recognize there will be a district or more that make different decisions or different timings, but we are trying to work that together as with our neighbors. And I certainly would not have put them on the spot as far as this from a policy, but we're paying very close attention to that.
Okay, thank you. I think at this time we can actually start our director discussion. And I think Director Watson looks like she is ready to speak first, but I think what we will do in the interest of time is each take, we may not be able to go the full 40 minutes at this point, but we will try to see what we can get through, but maybe we each take 5 or 6 minutes and talk about whatever's top of mind. And if needed, I can skip me. Go ahead.
Okay, so I thought that what you might like is to hear a little bit about the East Side School Directors Group, since I've been attending the meetings and appointed by this board to do so. And I thought there's been a lot of meetings because it's every Friday morning, not every Friday, but mostly every Friday, and a lot of different topics. And so what I thought I'd do is just go over, just so that you know the kinds of things that get talked about there. I'll just kind of zip through some of the topics and probably not all the details, and just kind of give you a sense and a flavor of it. And then Christine, who is deeper into it than I've been, because she's been doing it for a couple of years, can add if she likes. But let me just zip through some of these topics. So going back to January, we were sharing with each other. Oh, and let me tell you who's all in the group. I think you all know, the board members know, but others may not know. It's Bellevue, Mercer Island, Issaquah, North Shore, and Lake Washington. Okay, and there's 2 directors from each so that we don't violate the OPMA. So back in January, we were talking about how things were going with COVID, that there were staff shortages, bus driver shortages, issues around testing, rude letters we were getting from all sides, from well, people who emailed the board about things. Then another big topic has been funding. And we talk about funding from the county, funding ESSER funds, Best Starts for Kids funds, funding for the tests that we needed more tests, and the county said, well, can't you guys share? Fundings from developers impact fee that we don't get. But anyway, one thing that comes up over and over when we talk about funding is that the county and other decision makers seem to think that those districts that I just mentioned are just awash in funds. So why give them any more money? Another thing that we talked about was that we talked with the Department of Health, some staff members from there, and they warned us that their guidance was going to get less clear. And the group pointed out that with schools are doing public health work and not exactly enjoying it and not really having, you know, the full funding for that. And then we shared district by district what each district was doing. There's a lot of details there. Then we had a big discussion about what's going on in the world of sports with, and actually had athletic directors from a bunch of all the different districts come in. And it seems that there's a real problem around different schools and different districts having different policies around, you know, are you having spectators? What's the capacity on an indoor sport? Are you allowing them at all? Allowing some? Are you having concessions? You're not having concessions? Are you enforcing the mask? Or you're not enforcing the mask? Do you sit in family pods or not? So and consistent testing protocols across King County. So there was a good discussion on working on that. A lot of what I'm talking about may change, you know, just with how we're going to have different guidance this week. But this is the kinds of things we've been talking about. And then there was an acknowledgement with math that there's been a 20% drop across the state in sort of math proficiency. That was thrown out there. Then there was a lot about advocacy where Christine is very much an expert in that area there, but they talked about the Day on the Hill and the special ed funding deficit and this bill that Hasagawa floated. I wrote it down because it just struck me, where he wants to take away curriculum decisions from school boards. It seems like that won't go anywhere, but it's interesting. We talked about the ESSER floor. That would be really great if there was just a minimum they had to give per student. And with the way remote learning is not funded properly, it's funded as alternative learning and you don't get as much. So those would be some things. There's a lot I'm missing that would be part of some of the advocacy. We talked about funding and how the day after our levies all passed, we were very excited. I learned that Lake Washington funds their construction through levies, not bonds, because they can't pass a bond. So that was interesting. I also learned that Issaquah had offered special needs recovery services 4 hours a day for identified students over the break. And I thought that was interesting, but we also talked about there's never seems to be enough money for special ed. But what I thought was good about the way Issaquah approached it personally was then you can point and the parents say, where are the recovery services? And you can say, well, they were there. And then let's see, we talked about the masks, and the group was thinking they'd like to maybe pilot a mask off thing, but let's follow the DOH, and what are we going to do for immunocompromised teachers? And we really need labor and industry to come out with like issues for staff, you know, some guidelines there. And we talked about superintendent search timelines from the different groups. And then we wondered whether superintendents can afford a house in some of our districts, you know, because we're talking about Mercer Island and Bellevue. And they shared that the best applicants for the superintendent often apply like right at the deadline. So don't get discouraged if you don't get too many good applications. And then let's see, the other thing was, so then as part of the advocacy, the group wrote a letter. Oh, one more, wait, before I get into that, Lake Washington did not lose enrollment during COVID or something. I'm like, wow. And then there was a thing about a letter, which I went to the governor, a whole bunch of other people, and I kind of really agreed with the letter, and it was about getting more firm guidance and not making these decisions on us. But I felt I couldn't personally sign the letter because the draft I saw had a tagline that said representing 10% of the students in Washington state, and I wasn't comfortable with that, but I think on the final version that went out, they didn't have that tagline. So anyway, so that's like a lot more happened, but that's a lot of it. Just in case, like, you know, the other board members who aren't there wanted to know what was going on.
Thank you. I think we have a few choices now. We can go reverse alpha order. Director Shuey, do you want to go like continuing reverse or alpha order? That would be you next. Would you like to go next?
Oh, are we going to comment on anything that was said first?
I just wanted, why don't we then, I mean, we will go past our 40 minutes. So if we want, we can just shift to your time. So why don't we take Director Chu, you go next, and then that way you can both comment back and also.
I'll do it during my time then. Let Joyce go.
Okay.
It's fine.
All right, Director Shuey.
Yeah, and regarding my time, since we're going to have the agenda item at 5.2, I'd like to just allow us to continue in this section, and I will speak further during 5.2. Thank you.
Okay, I think I will just, in the interest of time, I'm going to basically just do 30 seconds. I just wanted to let people know that there's materials here that talk about a virtual unity through diversity event, and it's being supported through the City of Bellevue as well as YouthLink. I would encourage you to look at the materials that I asked to have posted. This is coming up on March 4th, tomorrow, and I wanted to just, I got the materials last night, and I wanted to just make sure that people knew they were there and had the chance to look at them. But let me give back my time because I think we're running short, and I want to make sure that others have a chance to talk. So if we keep going down the reverse alpha order, I think that takes us to Director Chu. So please go ahead.
I talk plenty, so I'll go last and if there's time left, go ahead.
Okay, Director Aris.
Okay, well, I wanted to bring up as a celebration and inquiry and ask. An email was brought to us, the school, to the board about a pretty impressive score last year during our COVID year. Anatai had done something fantastic. Their literacy score over a single quarter jumped significantly from, I think, the beginning of the school year, which was at 60% at meet, to 83% by spring quarter. And I think most of it was done in that one quarter. And I think that's something we need to applaud and also ask, how in the world did they do that? And I would love for the district to do a presentation of how they were able to manage to recover in a 2.5-hour session, because at that point, I believe that we were only having 2.5 hours of school time in person to make that leap. and to share with the rest of the district and celebrate it and see if we could learn and maybe even adopt some of that process or think about adopting some of those processes that they were able to put into place to make that happen. So I'm not quite sure how do I do. Do I put a motion for the?
You know what I'm wondering, and this is just me talking out loud here. I wonder if it might be worth, this idea, maybe taking, after this session, perhaps discussing a bit with someone like Eva, what happened in that context, and is that something that maybe, I'm thinking out loud here, Superintendent Jarvis, I mean, on some level, I think what I'm hearing from Director Aris is a desire for a bit of a deep dive. And what I don't know is, was that something we could pull forward into a future study session? Because I don't know if that what you're kind of wondering is, can we learn from that?
I don't think it needs to be that big of a thing. I don't think it needs to be a study session, but I would like to have a presentation of what they did and how they went about to make that feasible and to make that success happen. I think it's a lesson learned and also something to celebrate as a community in a time when it was so chaotic. In 2.5 hours a day, yet close that gap of, what was it? 23% over 1 quarter. That's tremendous. I mean, I don't know about, I think the rest of here for educators probably that's huge. You know, that's something, and typically I believe Ed and Tyone has about 70%, and last year they started at the 60% at meets. So I think it's something we should celebrate and also have time to kind of look into that, as well as also in conjunction with the fact that, you know, we've had quite a few regular comments around dyslexia and literacy, and I think this may be a good kind of, maybe even they could do a joint presentation between the dyslexia and this literacy component and the celebration of that. That's what I was looking for.
Okay, so I think the right thing, because we would be asking staff to come and do a presentation, is to look to the superintendent to see when can we have a follow-up on the idea proposed by Director Aris.
I will explore that, and knowing what we're going to try to do on the 17th, we may be able to work something, and it won't be a full presentation, but maybe we can try to answer that question. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're going to go to Director Chu, and the only thing I'm hoping is after you speak, just to save a few minutes for us to maybe take the minute each to talk about something that we want to celebrate. My microphone just went off, but that might be a nice thing to keep going, which I think we did last time, and I like your words tonight, celebrate. So I think we need some of that. So Director Chu, your time.
Yeah, thanks, Carolyn, for giving folks some idea of the breadth of topics that are explored. I want to clarify that all topics that are explored are not explored in depth. They're not, the facts that are presented are not always given in full context and fully explored. And so, you know, we might find out a fact about this district or that one, but we don't have the full context unless we decide to that's something that we're all looking at. We need to look at that more deeply together. And then we may decide to follow up and get more information and dig in. But it's really a place where, as we come with the big issues that the districts are grappling with, we're trying to figure out where there's overlap. So it's kind of a safe space for people to share some of the different things that their districts are dealing with and explore whether or not there are places to pursue. I don't want to misrepresent the group by saying things like the group considered piloting a no mask mandate. I think that might have come up from a member or something, but I don't recall that the whole group was considering piloting a program like that. Maybe my understanding is just different. But I don't want to misrepresent that the group is trying to take further action outside the scope of the needs of the districts and so forth. So I just want to be clear, because I think, Carolyn, you shared a lot of topics and things that people are talking.
We talked about it. I'm sorry if I got the words wrong.
No,
it was just talk.
Yeah. The group does represent. It does include representatives or people from districts, the districts that are there at the table do actually comprise about 10% of the students in our state. So it is a pretty significant percentage. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. The topic that I wanted to talk about is actually one that I was really glad to hear the superintendent bring forward tonight, and that is communications. I want to think a little more deeply. It's really exciting that we have hired a very astute and dedicated communications director to drive all this work forward. And I see a lot of good things happening, but I know that that's a place where I continue to hear different questions, both from our community and our board about things. And I wonder, we had a report, I think in October or November, that gave us sort of an update on communications. And we asked questions and things, but we never came to any conclusion about what type of feedback we were giving or whether or not the priorities aligned with our expectations. And we just got another update that showed some great progress being made. And I wonder, like, where is the conversation time? So I don't know what we've got on the agenda, but I just wanted to raise that I think that communications has come up on multiple places as somewhere that we are very interested in, both proactively and reactively, but particularly proactively with this superintendent search coming up. So I wonder, do we have anything on the agenda for making sure that we're aligned in the expectations for communications and the priorities that we've already set and where things are going? Is there any space where the board thinks that we want to give additional feedback to our superintendent about those priorities, or are we, where are we, or is that something we want to save until next year's annual plan?
Well, one of our areas of focus that I'd proposed was communications, but I think that, our board did not want to go there because we wanted to focus on things more directly tied to superintendent search. Having said that, I don't think it's out of, I think the question is, what are we seeking? So I think from my standpoint, we could certainly consider, do we have proposals? And we could distill our proposals and share them with the superintendent and executive director Thorne so that they could consider our ideas. But I don't, to answer your question, we don't have a report coming up. We don't have a report coming up in this, the remainder of this school year on communications, and we've not asked to have it accelerated. What we could do, originally, I think one of the areas of focus idea included communications because I thought we could create ideas and distill our ideas into a proposal and offer what we see as things that we thought were opportunities. And that's,
you mean an operational proposal or what? I'm not sure what,
it
you're suggesting.
It would be vision-based, which is where I think, which could be an appropriate place for us to provide guidance. But you tell me what it is you're seeking, because you're talking about shared expectations. So if it's an overview of, we either need to do a working session with them where we can align on shared expectations, or you're looking for report from the district. I'm not really clear on what you're asking. They just gave us a report this past fall.
Yeah, they did, but we didn't have the two board directors we have here now, and I know we can't go back and redo everything, but I think that as we're moving forward, communications is becoming, even more important if it can even possibly be so. And I just wondered if there was a place that we wanted to revisit, both in terms of being able to give feedback on direction, but also in terms of as the next annual plan is set and with the priorities for communications, there are a lot of things we could work on or invest in communications, and being able to prioritize those and be very clear and having shared expectations is really important to me and to our success, I think. So I'm trying to figure out if this is something to do in advance of the annual planning, or is something that we should look at. Maybe it's as simple as it just needs to be included as part of the performance review and discussion, and if there's any feedback we have, but maybe it's something that's more directional, strategic. And so I wanted to put it out there for all of the board directors in case folks had any thoughts on what level of communication discussion. I don't I think it's always fine to share an idea with the superintendent on some of those things, but I wasn't thinking about a set of ideas to implement. I was more thinking of making sure that the priorities that have been chosen and the direction that we're heading are the ones that we really want to prioritize and things. I can give examples, but I don't want to take too much more time. I just wanted to see if anyone had other feedback.
I think my main feedback is, this was why I raised it 2 months ago, but I think the feedback I got from this board was we should be having almost everything we do aligned to the superintendent search. So most of the things that we then have been focusing on and pulled forward in terms of timing, workshop, either relate directly to the superintendent search or are trying to get ahead of things that we know will come up in our vision, the development of our next strat plan. I think the challenge I have here is I'm not really clear what specifically what your proposal is, but I appreciate what you're saying, which is communications has been a top topic. We know that a lot of investment's been made by this superintendent in that department. So I think an idea would be maybe you can develop a proposal for what you'd like to see and we could talk about it, meaning what would you like to see the board do with the district? And then maybe we can see how can we action that in terms of the next few months, whether that might be the end of this school year or the summer. I'm not entirely clear.
Great, I'll take that back to the drawing board and see. But I was hoping that Director Shuey might have some thoughts, because I know I've talked to her before about communications, and in fact, I think I've talked to every board director about some different communications thing. So
I do want to just say that I'd like to keep talking, but we're at 5:43, and even though our clock tells us we have more time, we're actually at the point we're supposed to be doing board business and public comment. So I'm going to go ahead and say, I would suggest so that we do take advantage of the workshop we have planned for tonight on grading, that I know the district put a lot of time into. I would propose that maybe we just each take 30 seconds or a minute each to talk about something they're celebrating. And I will say on the topic of communication, I'm grateful both for the action that was taken to, frankly, take our request, which I only put into writing a week ago, regarding a place on the website for the superintendent search, and it's already being built out. So I'm grateful for that, and I would celebrate that. So I will offer to someone else.
Okay, well, I already said it, but I'll say it again because considering it was something I wanted for like 15 or 20 years, I am so glad that they're doing a grade-wide assessment, or whatever you want to call it, for the advanced learning program. And the other thing that's been in place for a while, and I think they did that once before, but it seems like it's more this time. The other thing that's been in place for a while in that program that I also celebrate is this idea of the student can get some services where they are without having to go someplace else. And that wasn't in place when my kid was coming through, and I really appreciate that it's there now.
I guess I could echo that. Universal testing is, I think, fantastic. I'm glad we're finally there for the advanced learning program. I'll go back to my initial celebration. I'm just really excited to see the score and the literacy jump that high in one quarter. I'd love to see that whatever lessons learned could be shared with the rest of the school district so that we could see that success in all the other schools. So we could really decrease the gap in all the test scores across the district.
Okay, I see Christine turning my direction. I'd like to celebrate what I said earlier, the advancement we've made in terms of including people who will now be able to comment, make public comment remotely. As I said, when I first brought the motion and brought the issue to the board and to staff of the district, it was concerning to me that there were a lot of people who might want to provide public comment and have important voices like people who have mobility issues, who have disabilities and making it harder to get to the site, people who have concerns about COVID during this time, people who have jobs that don't allow for participation. And I'm delighted to see that we will have that imminently. And I'm really curious to hear when, so that you can add to the list of questions.
I am grateful for the continued progress we're making in finding our path forward from this, from this COVID situation. And what I mean by that is I think that I see students who are finding their spaces again. I see instructors who are feeling that, you know, differently supported. And I also feel that I've seen less and less divisive talk among our community about various issues related to this, and that we're getting back to the business of doing the things that our kids and our teachers, our educators throughout can do best. And whether that's, you know, Sammamish just won the 2A gymnastics championship, or, you know, the kids are advancing, the Sammamish kids also, we'll just give Sammamish a double call out today, that their FTC robotics team is going to go to the Worlds because they won state. Like, these are the things that our kids do that bring meaning to their lives and structure and goodness. These are the things that our educators and our families support and enable, and our community supports and enables. And I see us making progress, and I really can't say enough how important it is that we have reduced the divisive talk in our community about schools by so much. And we are moving forward together. And to me, that's probably the biggest celebration that I continue to feel.
Thank you. So that was great. I think we will move on to board business. I might propose that we flip and start with 5.2, which was the motion that Director Shuey talked about, and then we go to the agenda planning. So Director Shuey.
I'm fine to do that. I was also starting to think maybe should have considered it earlier, whether because people are waiting for public comment and because if we're on time, do we want to flip that? I'm happy to go either
way. I think go ahead, please. I think we're good.
All right, so thank you for the time and the introduction of 5.2, which is, I guess, 5.1 in some ways now. Representing the few as well as the many was a significant reason, and maybe the central reason why I became a board member. So I very much appreciated the opportunity to exercise advocacy and the ability to come forward with issues that may not be popular and that may be difficult. We've already had a number of them, including even the issue of allowing public comment remotely. So, you know, sometimes we take baby steps and sometimes we ask to take bigger steps. And so as a preface to my motion, which is why I've asked for this time, I wanted to identify for the board and for any of the members of the public who are interested, I wanted to identify context and the reason for my motion. As we've heard a lot tonight, there's been a lot of talk and hope of emergence from the pandemic. It feels good and it's welcome and hoped for by everybody. But we have heard from a lot of people from the community, including the board members received a very poignant video from somebody who is starting cancer treatment imminently with children in the school district. These folks who have written to us and people that I've spoken to who are more reluctant to actually put their thoughts down to paper have requested caution. So those voices include the parents of, for example, a type 1 diabetic who is afraid for her safety in a room, which in our school district, the vaccination rates at the K through 12 age are lower than you would imagine by looking at the overall state numbers. We are, it appears, between 40 and 70% in some of the schools and in some of the zip codes. And so we've got this child who's a 7-year-old type 1 diabetic who is, and I appreciate that people have said, as we heard earlier today, that each person should be responsible for their individual health. That is weighty and it's too much to ask of a child. We talk about the HIB and how in the future there's going to be, in all directions, or however you want to say it, an intolerance for bullying, which I think is laudable and important, but we need to understand how that's going to play out. For the child who is worried about her health, who might be worried about a parent going through cancer, what does she do? If she wants to ask a child next to her to maybe put on a mask, but it's not required anymore, and is that child going to be accused of bullying? We've got people that we've heard from who are undergoing surgery this week, in fact, one person undergoing treatment for cancer. We've heard from people, especially in our BIPOC communities, who have lost multiple people to COVID, and we know that COVID is disproportionately impacting the BIPOC community for a lot of reasons, including there are a lot of multi-generational families in our community. And then we've also heard from an innumerable number who, although they don't have these conditions and these especially poignant and challenging situations, they are willing and actively want to continue to do what they've been doing, especially since so many of our other mitigation measures are going away. They want to help keep our community safe. I actually believe that it is the majority of people in our community that would be willing and want to do that. We've heard from multiple educators who say that in their experience with the children overall, that it's been an acceptable and relatively small action to continue wearing masks that they're proud to take, that the kids are proud to take for the protection of the most vulnerable. Science supports it. I've heard people say that we need to follow the science, and absolutely, let's follow the science. The science absolutely categorically says that children meaning who have family members, siblings who are diabetic, who have kidney disease, who have heart conditions, who are undergoing cancer treatment and are immunocompromised, that these children are going to be better served. We've got 5 million children around the world who have lost primary caregivers, and it's not over. We want it to be over, and we all hope for it to be over soon, but it's not. The CDC continues to recommend mask usage in indoor K through 12. The American Academy of Pediatrics recommends it, and our community supports it. So, and I appreciate people having the courage to write in, because I do believe that people have been led to believe, I think it's a misimpression, that the vast majority want to give up this mitigation measure, which in many ways is a last defense for a lot of people. So in an abundance of caution, and for those who are most vulnerable, I move that the district maintain the status quo with respect to masking and related to the COVID-19 pandemic through at least the last day of the 2021-2022 school year. Thanks for the time.
Okay, so Director Shuey, is that your motion? If you don't mind, just if you could just isolate and just repeat the actual motion, because I'd like to make sure everybody's clear on what it is, and then we'll see if there's a second for your motion. And then we can have a discussion and then a vote.
Yeah, and I would ask that we, regardless of how you feel about it, that we, that somebody second the motion so that we can have this important discussion that impacts families, children, staff, educators. I move that the district maintain the status quo with respect to masking related to COVID-19 through at least the last day of the 2021-2022 school year.
Is there a second to the motion?
I'll second it for purposes of discussion.
Okay, the motion is seconded by Director Chu. At this time, we'll have discussion. I think Director Shuey has laid a good foundation for her reason for bringing the motion. I don't know if Director Chu, would you like to speak to it? I know you've done advocacy work around this topic, and earlier we talked about a letter you written to Department of Health. That Department of Health letter, I think you shared it afterward, and my general recollection of it is you were asking Department of Health for clarification, essentially to be clear about what direction the state should take as to masking. Do you want to maybe share a little bit about what was asked?
Sure, I can share that, but I think others should be able to bring their voice front on this. The ask is that the health department do the work of the health department, whether it's appropriate to do at the local level or the state level, where the conditions are bounded, that work should be done appropriately by those who have the expertise to do the health mitigation. It's not just, health recommendation based in some kind of vacuum that's absent of the actual community and what has been able to do. It is a risk mitigation, it is a risk strategy. And the ask is that they do the work to do that, and that the schools be left to do decisions about education on their own that are best for their community, that are in their area of expertise. And if there are particular conditions that would motivate a different response from one school district over another, that the health department identify such conditions and say, this strategy should be applied here, and unless these conditions are not met, or what have you. And so that is the right place for that decision to be made at, because there are all sorts of factors to consider, and the school districts simply aren't health experts, and we can consult with the health experts, but we have, and what we've now heard, or what we've heard to date from King County, is that right now, under the direction that current conditions are heading, they don't intend to prolong the mask mandate beyond what the state has recommended in our county. And we're actually, I think, in the stronger end of our county's conditions as far as incidents, hospitalizations, and vaccinations, and those three metrics. And again, I am not a health expert, so I do look to them for some level of guidance. And I have looked around to see what the other districts are doing. And what I worry about is, like, one of the jobs that we can do under this is we can make it safe for people to make great decisions. I'm probably going to wear a mask a bit longer myself for a multitude of reasons. I want to make it safe for anyone who wants to do that to do so. I also want to make sure for those who need to do so, that the right equipment is available to them. So that's why it's so important to me that we're willing to provide the KN95s and the things that can make people even more safe when they are wearing the mask and need to. And I think that when we work to do those sorts of things, and we work within the system that the health department has set up for us, then we have a higher chance of succeeding. Whereas if we start to make this an issue that is already a political issue in the larger environment, we start spending our education energy and time on the political battle of which way to go, as opposed to trying to take the health guidance that's before us and implement it to the greatest fidelity and with the greatest safety and with the greatest respect for everyone in our community. So I am loath to do things that are going to add to polarization in our community, because I think it detracts from people's ability to be safe as well. And so that's kind of where I'm at. I am entirely sympathetic to the points of view that Joyce is bringing forward. I don't think this is ill thought out at all, but I think that there are other considerations that I've stated. So that's what I have.
We'll keep going down. Director Aris and then Director Watson, and I can give you my thoughts, and then we'll take a vote.
I have to echo that. I am not a health expert here, but I did think about how are we going to mitigate to support the students who are who needs that additional buffer. They need the masking and they need the people around them to have a mask. I think about going back to when we're addressing allergies, it's like food allergies. So what do? We tell, certain food is not allowed in certain classroom because their child is definitely allergic to those things. I think now we're falling into that same category with this, is that there are certain students in our community that needs that extra protection. And I think we can't just say we're going to lift the mask. We have to really strongly consider and maybe start identifying where and when we have to be more than just ourselves. We can't, because, a 5-year-old or an 8-year-old, they're not going to be as vigilant as adults. And I can't really say that adults are vigilant either. And so given the situation, we do need to take that extra step and make sure that we are creating the safest environment in the same way we address allergies. And so that when students are Yeah, definitely.
Director Watson?
Oh, wow. Well, this is something I think deeply about, like, all day, every day as an immunocompromised person. I can tell you that right now in this room, there are 27 people, and according to the Georgia Tech risk calculator, we have given our vaccination rate in King County and the current transmission rates as of today, we have a 17% chance that there's somebody in this room that is infected and doesn't know it and is present here. So that worries me greatly, because that's what they also estimate for, like, a classroom of 25% of 25 students. Yesterday, I talked to an ICU doc from Overlake, and she told me that there's she talked to an ER doc who told her there's nobody hardly coming through our Overlake emergency room for COVID. So it's not like local people. And what they've got in the ICU right now is, and in the hospital, are people who are being flown in from Eastern Washington and the peninsula. So and she says they're not seeing as many patients in the urgent care. And I said, well, what about somebody like me, immunocompromised? And she said, we haven't had those patients since before the booster was available. But she did have some that, if they only had 2 shots, that would wind up in the hospital. And so I said, well, did they die? And she said she couldn't remember. So, too many patients, and it was a while back. So, oh man, I hate this. Oh, if it was up to me, you would just be, well, I'm going to be masking forever. I mean, that's just the way it is. But I also realize that I don't want to be the Department of Health. And I think we're kind of fighting an uphill battle here. And I also think I have to represent my constituents. And I think they want the choice. Man, this is killing me. Because for my personal self, it'd be much better for me if we stayed masked.
Okay, well, I'll offer my thoughts too. First, I just want to say to Director Shuey that I think it is, it takes a lot of thought and bravery, I think, to propose a motion, knowing that the climate's not always one where it may be receptive, it may work, one doesn't ever know. And I think I just commend you because I know you've been thinking about this and frankly surveying and listening to members of the community for a long time. So I just wanted to say that I respect and invite this kind of thing, because I think it's really good, because it actually gets us to discuss openly what we think. And so I will share in the vein of everybody else sort of thinking. I'm of the more risk averse variety. I, like Director Chu said and Director Watson said, I will probably keep wearing not only a mask, but one that probably looks like a gas mask, probably for quite a while. So that's more of my preference. I will say that I think my challenge is that I believe that we are not Department of Health, and that we have, through our questions, appropriately asked them for the guidance we need. And I think in that respect, I think the school districts and school boards, I think we set a very dangerous precedent if we try to approximate what we think is right for our state or county and substitute our judgment for that of Department of Health. So I am disinclined to do that, even though I agree and am happy to have had conversations, as we had on Monday, exploring what we can do to, I think Director Watson framed it really well, support the culture within our district that actually affirmatively encourages mask wearing, and doesn't just encourage it, but makes it very understandable. Where can you get the best mask? And how can we help support those who may not be able to afford it or find it with having one readily available? And so I think that is something that Superintendent had indicated previously that he would support, and support with a lot of both financial as well as space on the website, and essentially a cultural support, which I think was what Director Watson said. So I'm inclined to opt for that and support the superintendent in the proposal he's made to follow Department of Health.
I have just a couple of quick additional comments. In addition to providing, proactively working on that culture so that everyone feels safe on their decisions and supported, and that we have the mask access. Also want to make sure that there is unambiguous communication that is supporting that culture of tolerance throughout our community, not just in our classroom, but when the kids go home, that their parents have the same information they do and the same support. And then that I think the other support that I think needs to be in place is for those folks who feel like this, they can't manage in this space. We do need to have complete fluid access between our virtual and health programs. But I think that the superintendent also addressed that already in his plan, and I just want to, just support that. And the final question that I have is, I would leave it. This is operational work, and there is health guidance for it. But I would actually take the example that Director Aris gave and say, if there is a case of extreme danger to a person, we do say things like no peanuts in this classroom or whatever it is. I would ask the superintendent to consider if we have any extreme cases, not just fear, everyone, it's a continuum, and I'm not sure that we're in the best position to judge exactly where to draw the line. But if there was a way to determine if we had some extreme cases, were there additional medications that could be taken in those circumstances in a very careful, thoughtful way. I just think that was a well-raised point, but I don't want to, I'm not proposing a vote or amendment to the motion. I'm simply asking if the rest of the board thinks it might be wise to ask our superintendent to just investigate that.
Yes, I mean, I actually had not sort of distilled it to, I think, what is a very good analogy, which is the allergy analogy, but I was thinking the other day about classroom by classroom. What if a classroom decided, the students, decided that they wanted to vote on what they wish to do within their class? That would all be aligned with essentially our current state, which we expect Department of Health from King County will probably suggest, which is student choice, personal choice. So I think on that level, that all aligns with additionally saying, and then a given student, their situation might be such that classroom by classroom or school by school, there could be a culture of encouraging, thinking about who might need the greatest amount of support.
I would leave that to the superintendent, and just to be clear, I would not suggest something where students could vote if the classroom gets to do it or not do it, or I would be very careful about that because I'm not sure that that is consistent with the health guidance.
Dr. Serafin, may I have 3 minutes to close on discussion
Sure.
of the motion? Thank you. I want to be really careful that we don't mislead people into thinking that this is about substituting health judgment. It's not like we are saying that the health officials say that we should do XYZ and we're going to do ABC. Health officials are unequivocal that it is better to mask, that it is airborne. What this is really about, and I understand that there is, as Director Chu said, a continuum. There's a continuum of risk, there's a continuum of perception of how obtrusive it is to wear a mask. And so what we're talking about, I don't want us to mislead people into believing the paradigm that I am proposing that we substitute the judgment. I'm saying that given what I've heard from the community, and given that I do not want to visit on our most vulnerable people that extra work of lobbying, for example, a classroom teacher, and the visiting the extra work to a classroom teacher of maybe making it a safe space for that child in school. And so just like I believe that it is an extraordinarily difficult position to even be in, and thank you, President Serafin, for acknowledging the difficult situation that I'm in, even to raise this, because I understand that it is a controversial matter, and I understand that there are very strong views about this. But because I feel so compelled, and I would like to take the rest of my time just to the person who one of the people who has written to me has just given me permission, because it's that important to her, to play a video that she put together, and I would like to be able to do that. I'm not sure if Mike Bartz is there to provide technical direction on how to do this.
Director Shui, I think I just need a minute to confer with the superintendent, who's our secretary of board, just if I could.
Thank you.
I would certainly, I also have counsel here. You're in a motion is on the floor, and the question is who's really allowed to discuss. I, even as a superintendent, would not enter into that unless you invited me into that as a board expectation. So I do think you've got an issue that you probably need to hear from council.
Thank you. I would just advise that the board does have an agenda item that is slotted for public commentary, and if we allow for public commentary in the middle of a motion with respect to one item, we would need to be doing that consistently across the board, and right now that's not something that your policy with respect to board commentary allows for. And generally speaking, when a matter is pending before a governing body, those who can speak to the matter are the individuals who are making the decision related to the matter, except to the extent in which you might be seeking clarifying questions from the superintendent as the secretary of the board, or asking him to direct a staff member to answer a question as part of your deliberation process.
Okay, so what you're saying is that when a motion is pending, hearing additional feedback in the form of a video, which is what Director Shui is proposing, is not supported by the rules. Is that right?
It would be inconsistent with our existing school board policy with respect to public commentary, and contrary to the governance policies that the board has set up with respect to its business meetings.
Okay, so I think with that, Director Shui, if you have anything additional to state, let's hear it. Otherwise, it may be the right time to go ahead and take a vote at this time.
Yeah, the last thing I'll say is I'll thank the person who did submit the video for her bravery in doing so, and for all of the people who have felt so passionate on all the different perspectives for their contribution to this discourse.
Okay, at this time, I think we will take a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, please say opposed or nay.
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 So the motion does not pass, and but we thank you, Director Shui, for bringing it to us.
Thank you for the discussion.
Thank you. There's a comment by Director Aris.
I do like to go back to the point that I made regarding making sure that we communicate with her and give that flexibility in case there is a situation where, whether it's a student or a family member who cannot be exposed, but we cannot decline them in-person learning, and so that flexibility is given to that classroom or the school so that they could continue that learning space.
So what I'm hearing is thoughts or advice to the superintendent. What I'm not sure of is if you're making a motion. But I'm hearing suggestions for kind of guidance to the superintendent.
Suggestion, I guess, at this point, I don't know.
May I add to it?
Yes.
So I think I don't know that we need an official motion if more than three board members are able to state that this is interesting, but because I don't think we're not trying to run the operation. I think the ask here is to make a couple of things open or explorable at the district level. And one is, in the case where somebody feels like they need it, that there needs to be some kind of mechanism to make an ask, if that's appropriate. And I don't know what that looks like, and I don't want to say what it should look like. I just want to say that the district can consult with the health department and the behavioral health specialists and what's appropriate for kids. And if there's a way for that request to be made, that's one thing. And the second thing is, if there is an extreme health situation for a faculty member or for a student that would go beyond the request situation, that the district should explore whether or not that's something that it can support. I am not suggesting, and I'm not sure that Director Aris is either, how that be done or anything else, just that the district take a look at that, and that's the suggestion, and that's the ask.
May I make a second motion related to that?
I have to say, I think at this point, we do need to move. I want to go to public comment, and then we can return if we don't have finished business, because at this time, we're almost 30 minutes over on our public comment. So let me suggest we go to public comment, and then we need to get to our workshop. So if there's truly a motion that can't wait until our next meeting, we can take it after public comment.
Okay.
At this time, if we could have the list of names, I know we have people who've been patiently waiting. So if we can go to the prior screen, I would just ask you, thank you very much. I would just ask our attendees who are here for public comment to know that we are grateful. We're delighted that you're here at our public meeting, ready to give us your input. You can read at your leisure the various requirements, but the real sort of point here is that we ask you to be mindful that we have to adhere to the law, and there's several rules, particularly around defamation, which is also in written form libel or verbal slander. We ask you to be thinking about that when you make comments or statements, and know generally that we adhere to the Federal Communications Act. And so we ask you to be mindful of your choice of words and your overall sort of tone in light of our rules around respect. So with that in mind, we invite our first speaker, who I believe is Joel Ingraham.
Good evening. Thank you for having public comment. I wanted to touch base and thank Teaching and Learning and our wonderful teachers again. I don't think it's been highlighted enough how much work that our K2 teachers have put into the screening requirements under the new K2 law. Just as far as the scope, every student, K2 individually, has been screened now twice. First in the fall on the DIBELS test, and that's an individual process to evaluate the students one-on-one. I know ITCLs have been helping with that, and that's no small task. It was done a second time just before midwinter break. And also there was the additional component of RAN testing, which was a specific dyslexia screener. That's a big change, and that's a big change for our educators. And as they shift to then providing interventions for those students screened, that's a further change, because the law specifically requires evidence-based structured literacy, which is also known as the science of reading. And it not only requires it requires it via MTSS, a continuous improvement cycle where you're taking your student body and you're dividing them up into groups of area of weaknesses, and you're specifically targeting those students. I don't think we can say enough how much work is involved in that process. And I wanted to come tonight and specifically thank those educators, because I know that it's those educators who make a difference, and we have some amazing teachers. There is more work to be done, and I would like to highlight, we now have some DIBELS data from the fall. I'd like to ask the district to, on an ongoing basis, make that data public so we can, as a community, see where our students, our K2 students are on literacy, and so we can see what's working, and we can track it, and we can make improvements. One of the goals in the annual plan is that you would not be able to predict a student's academic success based upon their race or income. And when it comes to K2 literacy, we have a problem. There is a huge spread throughout all the schools in outcomes based upon what subgroup you are in. I'm not going to highlight specific schools, but when we have a subgroup in the teens and we have the general population in the 60s or higher, we have a problem. When we have, and whether or not it's a high performing school and you have a small group, it's a problem. So I appreciate the conversation. I'm over time, and thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Pressinger?
Hello, my name is Christy Schlesinger, and I have 2 students in the district. I actually want to share a little bit more information about that Jane Harris had mentioned earlier about NITI. So we continue to partner with the district staff to expedite the multiple year process to get all of our teachers trained in the science of reading. And tonight I want to share some highlights that is happening at NITI. So they began training their staff in the science of reading before the fall of 2019, which that would be the semester before the pandemic began. Each year, students are given the DIBELS literacy assessment, which includes a set of procedures and measures for assessing their literacy skills. And the DIBELS assessment is part of a component of that new early literacy screening requirement for the dyslexia law. But thankfully, BSD has been using this assessment tool for many years, so this wasn't really a new thing for most of the teachers. NITI's DIBELS score showed what is possible and how much growth you can quickly see inside their Tier 1 classrooms with the help of structured literacy and the science of reading. The teachers at NITI combine both multisensory tools that they had learned with phonemic awareness program called Hegarty to see incredible growth. So onto the data. In the fall of 2019, the semester before COVID, NITI started the school year with 32% of kids, so I'll just hold this up, that were 32% of the K2 students were below grade level or well below grade level in literacy. And after remote school learning in the spring, obviously this number went up a little bit. In the fall of 2020, 42% of K through 2 students were below grade level. However, in the spring of 2021, with most of that school year still in remote learning, NITI was able to lower that to only 17% of K through 2 students being below or well below grade level. That is a 25% gain in the amount of K through 2 students who are able to read at grade level. That's impressive.
I just need to let you know if you could please.
Yep, I will quickly. So basically what we're trying to say is the science of reading works. We need to get all of our teachers trained, and this is a requirement of the law, and it's proven that it works. So we would really appreciate if we could get all of our K through 5 teachers trained, letters trained, and I think we'll see a lot of growth across the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Ava Carroll.
Hello, my name is Ava Carroll, and I'm a junior at Bellevue High. I've been to these board meetings consistently since November and have still not seen the change that is needed. Tomorrow, student leaders and I will be meeting with Patty Seigworth and Jeff Lowell to discuss reforming sexual assault response procedures and policies. This is an amazing accomplishment and development, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss and engage in dialogue with BSD staff. However, this is not enough. Bellevue School District students demand that the board compose a brief summary of their potential reforms and the specific and tangible actions that they are taking to support victims, to support sexual assault victims, prioritize student safety, and prevent rape culture. We then demand that this summary be sent to teachers of Bellevue School District and presented briefly in class. Continuing to not update the student body and the hundreds that showed up around the district to support the victims fosters an environment where students are forced to constantly shout to be heard. Work with your students and keep working with your students. This is the only way for BSD to be safer, more caring, and more compassionate. Before I end, I want to say one more thing about public comment. I really do request that it be earlier in this meeting, not only because we do tend to run over time so often, but also this is just a really inconvenient time for students to come, and the district likes to preach about student involvement and student voice and then doesn't make this accessible at all. If you could move this to before your 40-minute board discussion, that would be ideal. It would give you guys time to think about things, what we said, and the intersectionality of public issues versus whatever it is that you're working on. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, we're going to go back to board business. I'm going to ask, before I entertain what I think is another motion, that we please look at the agenda for March 17th. And at this time, I will make a motion to approve the agenda for March 17th. Do I have a second?
I'll second. I'll second.
Okay,
Quick
Any-
question.
yes.
Quick question. So will there be a presentation on the 17th regarding the literacy?
I think that would depend on what the superintendent can do in his update. So I think that's going to be contingent on the superintendent.
Okay.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, Director Chu, are you in favor or opposed to passing the agenda for the 17th?
It's fine. We get to vote on it again at the meeting if there's something that comes up,
Agreed,
right?
agreed. Okay, so at this time, I think we may have a motion from Director Shuey.
Yeah, I might need our general counsel's help in framing it, so appreciate if you can step in. I heard us talking about how many of us on the board and in the community in general will continue to wear masks. I've seen a slew of emails from other school districts around the country that have messaged around there will be a strong recommendation that folks continue for the safety of all of our children and all of our families to continue wearing masks. And so I'd like to move that we message in a way that reflects our strong recommendation that we continue to do so, which is consistent with CDC and, as I said, the American Academy of Pediatrics. Shannon?
I would recommend that the best way to address that is actually for the board to work with me on, if that's something the board wishes to do, to have me work with you on a resolution to be adopted at a future meeting.
Okay, and since this is imminent that the masks will be removed and we'll need messaging soon, is that something that I request a meeting? Because otherwise March 17th is our next meeting.
That's a question for you all.
I think we have a comment coming from Director Chu. I'll just say that I think from my standpoint, Director Shuey, I don't know if we need a motion or a resolution for this, but I do want to hear what Director Chu thinks too.
Yeah, I think I'm on the same page as you, Director Serafin. I think we have to be very, very careful. If you think of the governance role of how we want to participate, because what I'm afraid of is that if our motions are setting up to do the management of the district, the operational management of the district, then we're setting ourselves up for a very confusing set of role differentiation. I think the place where it matters, the place where there's the most hazy overlap beyond direction setting when we do that together is the zone of oversight. And I think that in the zone of oversight, it's appropriate for us to give feedback to the superintendent, especially in real time, not like 6-month or 12-month later feedback. If something is affecting our students right away, we need to have a mechanism to do that. And I think we tried to do that tonight already by saying, hey, can you take a look and make sure, like we heard all this good stuff from your plan. It's great that we're going to have this fluidity. It's great that we're going to create this culture. We're going to reiterate how important that is to us. And then we said we didn't hear anything about these extreme cases and what the options might be. It would be great if you could take a look at that. And I think that's reasonable oversight feedback, but I think we have to be really careful about how close we get to using motions and resolutions to manage the operations. So that's what I would caution.
Motion to the extent that I made it. I'm not sure it was made, but withdrawn. And if you could just, Dr. Jarvis and everybody who is in this call, keep that in mind, that I do believe that my personal view, and you can obviously hear the views of everybody else, is that we should make it a strong recommendation to support our most vulnerable.
I mean, what I think I hear collectively, and I think you hear it, Superintendent Jarvis, is we want to, well, the majority of the board sees value in adhering to and following Department of Health guidelines, and what we expect will be coming from King County. However, we would like to encourage a culture of recognizing that ultimately mask wearing will help many in our community, particularly those who are more medically sensitive or compromised, and that we could try to promote and support a culture to that extent and make recommendations. And I think that's what we're hearing, but we also want to make sure that there's obviously no negative outcome for any student or set of students who chooses not to wear a mask. So I think that's what you hear, and we look to you to sort of help us understand what you'll propose.
May I respond? I think two comments. One of which is I do appreciate each of you and collectively and individually representing some of those cases that are going to be in a difficult spot, whether that be staff or whether that be students. But I would like to add an element that for decades, we have had a process by which we work with medically fragile children. We work with children with many special situations. It ranges from what used to be called home and hospital. If we need to have a teacher connect with a child in a different setting, all the way through 504 accommodations and other accommodations for children that simply need something. And the parents present that and we figure out a way. Heather Edlin is on the line. I'm not going to put her on the hook at this point, but I suspect Heather could probably reel off anywhere from 5 to 50 situations that we've had for many, many years that individually and dealt with. So what I guess I'm trying to say is there is a safe place for children in the district. And this is adding an element that is new as the mask mandate is removed, and that brings a fear. And that fear may well be based on a situation that is very close to the heart at home. And we will do everything possible. And if that parent contacts us and says, I've got a need, then we will be responding to that need. And it is part of the system that's in place. So I'm trying to give hope and not any sense that it's being blown off. It's simply that we actually deal with that on a somewhat sadly regular basis of some very fragile children and we make it work for them.
My understanding, and it not be correct, is that you have to be on a 504. So for example, somebody who's pregnant wouldn't qualify. And so that is something that I just encourage you to look into.
Actually, there are two different things. There's home hospital instruction, which is governed by OSPI, which is for individuals who have a health condition that may be preventing them from being in school in the manner we can traditionally offer it to other students for temporary disability, which can include pregnancy, or a temporary health condition, which can include pregnancy. And then there are students who are students with disabilities who are eligible under either Section 504 or the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, whose individual teams have determined because of disability condition that they need to be provided instruction in either an alternative manner or an alternative location. So there are three different mechanisms, and there are times where students who are pregnant are students who receive temporary disability 504 accommodation plans. So there are multiple different avenues by which students can be served when there are concerns associated with their ability to be present in school and either disability conditions or health conditions. Dr. Jarvis identified one, and there are two others. So I do want to say that students do not have to be eligible for Section 504 to be addressed through home hospital instruction, and there is a temporary disability category under Section 504 that is pretty commonly used for students who are pregnant, also for staff who are pregnant.
Okay, I'm going to end this discussion because we have a workshop that was supposed to have started more than 40 minutes ago, and we have 5 staff members, if not more, who've actually been preparing for weeks. This is on the topic.
I would like to make a comment on
Okay,
that.
we'll take a comment, but then we are over by
I
45 minutes.
understand, but I think it's important to state this. I do think I understand the angle that you're going at, Director Shui, regarding special education services, but my intent was not for special education services only, but all students and family members who are impacted by the COVID, and they are challenged by this. And so I think the sensitivity is not just for the special students who are already identified, but for beyond that scope. And also, as we look into making that accommodations, because it is a mindset, right? It took years for us to acknowledge that allergy is a real thing. So it will take a while for us to acknowledge that it's shifting that mindset to make that accommodations for it as we're taking the mask or options or making mask optional, that we communicate this really clearly with our community if we're going to make sure that we accommodate certain situations where they need that extra support, that community knows that they can reach out to the school and to the districts that they need that accommodation regarding the safety for their child or whatever the situation may be.
Okay, I think with that, I would suggest if there's a specific request or proposal that a board director is making, to put it in a request or connect with the superintendent so that he can factor it in as he makes his operational decisions for the district. So with that, we're going to recess and join our workshop. Thank you. And that concludes our meeting tonight for our board development workshop and our regular session. So we are now adjourned.